Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. I got just a couple of things left to do to get this party started. In the meantime, just like sit tight. Ladies and gentlemen, there's my audio check. That sounds actually pretty decent, but I'm going to change that pretty soon. I'm going to add audio. Let's see, I'm going to add a media source so I can give you all some background music. Existing background music. I think that does it. All right. I got just a couple things to take care of, and we'll get this party started. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, it's time to get this party started. Only running 7 hours late from when I wanted to start my 72-hour live stream. We've got everything set up and ready to go. My barrels are over here in the storage area. I'm going to crack those babies out. We're going to get these rolled over here to... Where's my blending? Can you see my blending barrel behind me? Nope. It's right there. There's my blending barrel, mark number 1. Goes into the blending barrel behind me. And then we run the filter. And this is the exciting day. We have 6 hours of filtration in front of us. roughly. Oh, I've got to put it into the blending barrel, proof it down to 90 proof, and then run the filter, and then after we run the filter, then I'll be able to get into the actual bottling. But while that's running, this is going to be like going in the background, so audio is going to suck. But cheers to Joey V for joining the party. You're going to have to enlighten me as to what you mean about the short apocalypse coming up in 8 days. Wednesday, when you're on the show, I mean, we could talk about it today too. But we'll get it talked about. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just make my videos. I'm a distiller with a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber with a distillery. So like the YouTube stuff is like, I mean, I'm gonna have to learn the algorithm again, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. But let's get a word from our sponsor and get on with the party.
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
All right, that is the camera angle that we're going to get for most of the day. I need to check one quick thing out. Okay, that's what I thought. It goes from one. Had to look up one thing real fast on my in February, YouTube starts monetizing. Oh yeah, monetizing shorts. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Let them monetize their shorts. People consume my shorts, and I'm happy with that. Shorts. I'm not so much worried about monetization of shorts. I'm more worried about which one, them picking favorites and going that way. But this is going to go quiet for a little while because you're going to see the work. There's not going to be a lot of commentary on the work until I get this thing on and running, because I'm going to be running around over here. So let's change camera angles. There we go. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to move the microphone to a place where it's fairly omni. Audio may start to suck a little bit, but that's just how it goes. Hi, everybody. As y'all may know, this is a fairly small facility. The size of my facility is about 3,500 square feet total. Our operating floor is about 2,500 square feet total. And my operating floor, I'm talking about this area over here. It's roughly 2/3 of the entire space. And I'm hoping when I pop these out, I don't see any disasters. That would suck. And we've had disasters in the past. We've had full-on whiskey spillage disasters. Full-on disaster. Kid you not. Get this out of the way. We have lost about 100 gallons, 50 to 100 gallons of whiskey, which translates to about 35 to 60 cases. I was devastated. That was one of our first batches of whiskey. We had a spill, and we lost $1,000 or more. One of our first ever batches that we produced. It was a walking fucking disaster. I was almost in tears. So bad. Gotta be very careful lifting this up and moving it. These boys roll. These little babies roll when I don't want them to roll. Bum, 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 bum. The bride, the belle of the ball, the arrival of our most honored guests. Now, these little girls will go right here. Now, I'll show y'all this in a little while, but over here where I've kept these, there's little spots on the ground of, I'll show y'all this in a little while. There's little spots on the ground where it's leaked, but it's just like little drips that have come out of the seams. I'll show you that in a little while. But it is, it's normal. It's not, it doesn't make me happy to see it, but it's normal. And I'll take it. I'll accept it. Y'all can't fucking hear me with your cane. Ford fucking Ranger. All right. Can y'all see that? Y'all can't really see that. Let me turn this just a little bit. We good? There we go. Yeah, we're good. Where's Joey V? Yeah, I mean, as far as content going towards short form, I kind of got a feeling that that's where YouTube wants it to go. Because TikTok is killing, absolutely killing it as far as engagement numbers and growth in general. Shorts are extremely popular. There we go. This underneath here, this under here. So what this is a wire mesh basket. It's going to help in the filtration process in the next step, because it's going to take the big chunky stuff out of the barrels. So all of these barrels have in them barrel residue, charring and barrel stuff and goop and junk. It's just a natural function of the inside of a charred piece of wood. So what I need to do is filter all of that out, and the more solid particulate matter I can filter out, the better. Hold on one second. I think we have a delivery coming. All right, nope. We do not have a delivery coming. So I'm actually a little bit curious to find out how much whiskey I've lost out of these barrels over the time that it's been aging. So I think what I'm going to do is, it's a 5-gallon barrel. I think I'm going to put it in here first, and then, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But I don't want that one. I want the taller bucket, because this bucket has measurements on the side. So I'm going to find out how much whiskey we lost in the process. And I need a wrench. I think I lost about a gallon. It feels like I lost about a gallon. Is this the wrench I need? This one will do. It's not the one I'm looking for, but it'll do. Wish I had my red needle one. Well, this one will do. Okay. So what I do is we pull out the bung hole, or the bung from the bung hole. There's that. And then I open up the valve on top. transfer that barrel up here through the wire mesh. The best part of waking up. It's a beautiful color. Look at that. Look at that color. Ah, look at that. Oh, that's some good stuff. Nice and smooth. Nice and clean. If I get that down to 90 proof, it's gonna be delightful. Absolutely delightful. Whew, goodness. Okay, now it's gonna sit on this bucket to drain for a little while. It looks like I didn't lose much at all. I don't think I lost much at all out of this barrel. I'm very excited about that. Because we are right. This is the 5 gallon mark. And we are just below the 5 gallons. That is very encouraging. Very encouraging. And they have closer to 20 cases than 15. That is very encouraging. And not much residue in there either. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, still good audio? Yeah. My dirty hands now. Absolutely terrific. All right. We're going to put my wrench. Moved it way over here. Wrench. Two down. Oh, fantastic. Oh, so fantastic. So fantastic. This is the best part. The best part of the job is this discovery process where you're actually removing the joy from the barrels. You're bringing it into the world. You're making things that people want. Best part of the process, in my opinion. In my opinion, which is the only one that really, really matters. We put all this stuff in the barrels in September 1st, or that weekend of September 1st, so probably September 5th, to give or take. So we've gone all of September, October, November, December, January, full 5 months. No, it was October, no, not October 1st, September, August 15th. It was August 15th, middle of August. So it's right at 6 months, 5.5, 6 months, 6 lunar months, if you will. All right, let's see what we got in this. Right at 5 gallons. Just under. Perfect. Nice yield. Beautiful. And I'm putting the junk from inside the barrel is going to the right spot. Looking great. They're looking great. All right. Keep forgetting where I put the wrench. Now, in a few days, I might make some, depending on how my workload goes, I might have time to make rum. I've been wanting to do it. I've been doing the research to see if I can do it or what needs to be done. I mean, it's basically boiled water plus sugar to hypercharge the sugar, supersaturate the water with the sugar. And then, yes, Polska Bob, 72 whole hours. Although I'm 7 hours behind, because I was supposed to start at 3, and I didn't get started until 10. So 72 hours may be closer to 66, 65 if I can't make up these hours. And I'm sure I'm going to fall behind because I got to turn off the stream and turn it on every, I think it has to be within 12 hours. Yeah, because YouTube will only track 12-hour streams, so I can only do 12 hours at a time. So every few hours I've got to stop and restart. But I do want to show y'all, like, there's not a whole lot left behind. There's not a whole lot of drips coming out of that. There's just a couple of drips. Once we're done draining it, it stays drained. So that's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. This one we lost about, this is the 5-gallon mark. I don't know if y'all can see that. That's the 5-gallon mark. So we're about 4.5 gallons on this one. We lost about a half gallon on that barrel. So it's 5, 10, 4.5. Need to be tracking this on my unbarreling schedule here. Hold on, I'm off camera. I have a notebook here that tracks it's my tracking schedule. All this stuff goes into my spreadsheet, which tracks my inventory, which then goes into my federal forms, with which I use to pay taxes and track my everything. I have the back to the camera because I'm bad at TV. This is a little bit light colored, but I am okay with that because it's got a nice, gentle flavor, nice, gentle texture. This is a really good whiskey, guys. I ain't even messing around. Even at high proof, it's pretty damn good. I might pour one bottle at high proof at cask strength and keep it for my own personal stash. But I've always said I'm willing to be convinced to try things new. And at the moment, we don't have enough stock to be able to do cask strength whiskeys. But by the end of the year, we might have a special cask strength Boomtown Bourbon offering. Maybe. We might have a cask strength Boomtown Bourbon offering. Ah, it's delightful. That is delightful. Quality control. The best thing about being a distiller. Quality control. So again, this is the early stages. Obviously, the early stages. It's not the earliest stages. The earliest stages were putting this into the barrels. And I did that on the live stream too. Got it all in the barrels, got everything set, everything ready to go, everything going. Put it back in my storage space back here. Then, well, I've done some other stuff in the meantime. I've built a bar, built a production production booth. Don't remember if I rebuilt the tables before then or after. I think I did it after. Don't remember. Doesn't matter. Not particularly satisfied with how I built the tables. I should have put the brace, the outer brace for the table on the inside, bolted the wheels directly to the leg. It would have been sturdier that way. I'll probably do that at some point. Chop off the ends. In fact, I'll probably do that soon. Might even do that this week. It's just 2 cuts on either side. Put it on the inside. We'll talk about that later. Got a lot of projects that I'm going to be working on this week. Got to put a sign down to the end of the street to let people know where we're at. Because it's actually really hard to, surprisingly really hard to find this place. I need to post up. I need to put in 2 posts. One to Facebook. I need hearts and tails. No, just the hearts. Just the hearts. I don't need the tails. We will throw the tails into the next batch, though. We do when we run our stills the next time. I'll throw the tails into the next batch and redistill them. Squeeze out any extra good stuff that's in there. Another perfect 5-gallon pour. Right at, yeah, this is actually a little higher than 5 gallons. So we're just a little bit above 5 gallons. This is about 4 1/4, or 5 1/4. I was not expecting that. So barrel 4 was just over 5, but I'll take it. I'll call it 5.2. What was I talking about? No, but because we're like at a back road behind a suburb, we're actually kind of hard to find. And because about 1/3 of this has already been claimed with pre-sales, I expect we'll sell about half to 2/3 of our entire stock on release weekend. Let me get a little video of that to post. That's legendary Boomtown Bourbon flowing right out of the barrel, ready to go this weekend. That's gonna sell some whiskey. Oh yeah, boy. That's gonna sell some damn whiskey. I hope. I see my butt. No, y'all can't see my butt. See my butt now? Oh, did we freeze? Fucking thing froze. I can fix that. There it is. Now can y'all see it? But. All right. Video froze, but audio didn't. Put this here. Come on. Are you stable there? You're stable there. Are you stable here? We're all stable. Everybody's stable. All right, let's see what we got. We've got just under 5 gallons. Let's move it this way. That way I don't have to sit here and be a damn gymnast. So what I'm doing over here is pouring the whiskey through a mesh container so that the residue from the barrel gets trapped in the mesh, and I don't have to filter it out with the pads, so it'll make for a little bit more efficient filtration. Barrel 5, 4.8 gallon. It'll make for a little bit better filtration. Because the last thing that I want is our legendary Boomtown Bourbon to go out with shit floating in it. Oh, this one's full, little boy. Yeah, baby. You're full. It wouldn't be the first time, but I do not want it to be the next time. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What do we got over here? Not going to show. No, Joey. No, STD. I'm going to, I will be taking a break to take showers. Thanks. Now, that's not to say that I might not spend the night here. Because in order to get the 72 hours in, I may take a brief break for 2 or 3 hours, shut everything down, pull out my cot, take a nap, fire it back up, and get in there. I want to get the full 72 hours, partly for the watch time. We're sitting on right about 100 or so watch hours for the month. Last I looked, we were at 1976 total watch hours. And we had 100 watch hours this month last year, which means we're right about like 100 and, I don't know, probably about 130 or so to give me the net plus 30. I'd have to look at my sheets and timers and stuff. But we've got some great guests coming on Tuesday night. We've got some great guests coming in on Wednesday night. Just over 5 gallons this time. We've got the unstoppable Emma Dilemma joining me Tuesday night. Slade Ham coming in Tuesday evening. We've got Scabs the Clown coming in. Landon from Head of Creativity Studios. We're talking a special release Boomtown Bourbon label in April. I'm going to have to do a little bit of work, like work, the boring kind of work on like emails and forms and spreadsheets and stuff. You can see a little bit of the residue from the barrels down there in the bottom. You see that? Just a little bit. A few of the flakes and flecks and stuff down there at the bottom. I got to get designs for the new blue label finished up. I'm hoping to hear from my Canadian friend in Vancouver next week, but I don't really have any news on that right now. I'll share that news when it becomes more certain. No, there may be some really cool news coming from us with regards to Alberta. That's kind of precarious. I don't want that to be there. I'm going to go put you right there, buddy. How's that sound? In fact, I'm not going to put you right there at all. I'm going to put you back here. Get over there. Stay. 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 All right, cool. Well, from this camera angle, let's see here. This camera angle, you see about a sixth of our entire distillery. Yeah, it's about a sixth. Who's calling me? Nobody. What happened? What happened? Did I lose video? What's going on? I see dark screen. What's happening? Did we lose connection? What happened? Whoa, what's going on? Hello? I seem to have run into a... You see us? Okay, I've just lost it on... I guess I've just lost the internet connection on my phone. Okay. Well, I'm going to close this, and reopen this. Like, there's YouTube on my phone. I've lost all kinds of signal here. Let me see if I just turn off Wi-Fi. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll fix everything. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. It is. It's my Wi-Fi. Fucking Comcast. All right. So anyway, what was I talking about? I don't even know what I was talking about. Doesn't matter. Okay. No, but we got some cool guests coming in this week. Wednesday night we're gonna have a whole load of guests. Joey V with Square Table Degenerates is gonna come. We're probably gonna do some kind of game night, forum night tonight. Might do that Jackbox stuff with some guests. I don't like this here. I want it to be this way. You know what? I'll just leave it like this. Maybe I can do it that way. I don't like that there because the whiskey gets on the wood. How much do we have in here? This is a full 5-gallon pour. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is barrel 7. 5 gallons. Beautiful. But yeah, I want to get the full 72 hours in, which means I may have to extend it into Thursday night a little longer than I wanted to, shrink those breaks up a little bit more than I wanted to. But we'll see. We will see whatever I need to do to get the time in. While I figure out how to make better videos in the longer format. Not, outside of the realm of shorts, the 3 to 5 minute videos. The whiskey expertise videos. The how to drink your whiskey stuff. Oh fuck. Maybe if I put the right camera angle in. Boop. There we go. Better. You know, the relax and enjoy your whiskey video. Do a couple of cocktail shots. Take off my sweater. It's actually about 55 degrees. It's supposed to get up to 70-something degrees today. I think that's the high. Today's high will be, according to the weather app. Did I just see that I have a Starbucks app on my phone? It is 49 degrees. It's supposed to get up to 60. I do have a Starbucks app on my phone. When the hell did I put a Starbucks app on my phone? Anyway, if anybody wants to bring me coffee, 19103 Continental Parkway. I will be happy to drink any coffee you bring me. I had a cup this morning, McDonald's. Shitty $2 coffee. Worth every penny of $2. And see, that's the thing about products. If you price them right, all right, that is just under, right at 5 gallons. Right at 5 gallons. If you price it right, it doesn't matter how shitty it is. 8, right at 5G. Yeah, I mean, if McDonald's coffee costs $7, well, that would be an egregious violation of human rights. That entire company should be dragged into the United Nations and forced to answer for their crimes. But at $2, I mean, $2, their coffee's pretty okay. Whatever it is, $2, $3 for a cup of McDonald's coffee. And that's why I tell people with whiskey too. You know, if it's $7, it's a $7 bottle of whiskey. I mean, you shouldn't expect it to be like the best thing you've ever had ever. But, I mean, you can't even buy $7 whiskey, really. But if you're charging me $100 for a bottle of whiskey, that shit better be good. I'm very tolerant in the $40 to $70 range. $40, $50, $60 whiskey. Very, very tolerant. But if you're getting into the $100 whiskeys, like our Boomtown Bourbon, like I'm very conscious of what we've got, trying very hard to make it a premium whiskey. It is a $60 bottle of whiskey. It had originally been $50, that was 3 years ago, but everything related to it has gotten more expensive. So it's now a $60 bottle of whiskey. One more barrel. This barrel ruptured on me, and I had to repair this barrel. So I have a feeling I lost a lot of whiskey out of this one barrel. All right. Stay. And from this one barrel, I'm going to pour my personal bottle. Unfiltered, uncut, straight from the barrel. Uh-oh. Forgot to dump it. Stay. Now this one was right at 4 gallons. We lost a full gallon out of this barrel. Right at 4 gallons. There we go. Now, this guy, take a look at this. We're bulging on this side, but this one, we had a full rupture on this face of the barrel. I had to seal it with wax, do all kinds of work to it to make sure it survived. But it was troubled. But this is the one that I'm going to take my personal stock from. Two cask strength bottles that I may or may not keep. I may dump them back into the wash. In the next batch. I may pour them in with the next barrels that come out. I might do a bunch of stuff with these. We shall see. We shall see. But for now, being a distiller has its certain privileges. Among them, I get the first production bottle off the line, and I get to snatch a couple of cask strength bottles that nobody else gets to have. Oh, that one put up just a little bit too much. That'll do. There we go. All right, let's see what we got. How much we lost out of this barrel. That wax is gross. Cheers to chat, by the way. Cheers to you, Pulse Kebab. Cheers to you, Joey V. I truly do appreciate y'all joining me this early in the morning. See how much we got out of this barrel. This was the one that we lost the most out of. And I still think we only lost a gallon. Yeah. Looks like we only lost about a gallon of whiskey. And so at this proof, a gallon of this whiskey is probably close to a gallon and a quarter of full proof, 90 proof whiskey. Multiply that by 5, it would be about 6 bottles, give or take. Because this is 125 proof. We had roughly 25% of the volume of water to get it down to 90. 25 to 30%. So I start out with 35. I usually add 14, so that's about 35%. So we go from 35 gallons to 40 gallons. We go from 4.5 gallons to 55, 35 to 50, 3.5 to 5, 4.5 to So yeah, about a gallon would be about, multiply 1 1/4 by 5 is 7, 8 bottles. So I only lost about 7 or 8 bottles. 1 gallon is only about 7 or 8 bottles. And this is just over a gallon. So barrel 10, 4 gallons. So I had 2 barrels that ended up at 4 gallons. And everybody else ended up right at about 5. And these barrels are a little bit more than 5 gallons. So I did not lose much to the Angels. That's a good, neither Angels nor drips. So that's pretty good. That is pretty dead good. If you ask me, not that you did. All right. You go up here. There we go. Slide it back to there. Good. All right. This is an example to show you how much I've filtered out with the basket. This is all the stuff that we filtered out in just the first run through the wire mesh. That's all residue and junk and crud from the inside of the barrel. Just barrel stuff. Nothing shocking or earth-shattering. But now I need to tally up what we got. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's 30 plus 8 plus 9.7, roughly. That is a total of 47.7 gallons. All right. Now I got to find out the proof that we're at. So let me get my science kit. All right, science kit time. Oh, there's an echo in here. If I go back about here, right about here, here, I can hear the echo off the door. There's a perfect spot right there. But right about here, here, still hear the echo. Echo? All right, let's stop there. No more echo. I love this place. Love this place. Okay, so I'm going to stir this with my stirring paddle. Ow. Little splinter there. Stir this in, make sure it's nice and blended, because all the barrels are going to be at slightly different proof. They all went in at about the same, but they're all going to come out at slightly different proof. So I want to make sure they're all blended together, or stirred together. But it should be right over here. And I'm doing this off camera. Sorry. This is math. I want to make sure I get it done right the first time. So I got to focus Okay. We lost a significant amount of alcohol. So we went from about 100. Well, let me check the temperature on it. Oh, we are we got to calibrate up. We've never had to calibrate up before. Okay, so what goes on? Is we have our hydrometers here that are calibrated at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So when you're below 60 degrees, which we are right now, when you're above 60 degrees, you have to adjust the reading. When you are below 50 degrees, and where we are right now is 57, according to my handy dandy thermometer, 57.6, 55.4. We are at 56 degrees. So I need to go to where it says 56 degrees. On my calibration chart and find out what my proof reading says, and then I know for sure what my proof is. Because we were at 56. One more reading. It keeps going down. It's at 55 now. I am reading 55 degrees. Cooler on the outside, warmer in the middle. I'm calling it 55 degrees. That is 105 at 55. Shit. We lost about 20% alcohol through evaporation and seepage. We're about 107 proof. I'm not gonna need to add much water to this to bring it down to the proper proof level. We're at 107 proof. 105 proof at 55 degrees equals 107 proof. All right. That puts us at 107, which means I'm not going to have to add a tremendous amount of water at all. This is where I do, okay, come over here. This is where I do my math. So I go 107 times 200, 107 times 47.7 divided by 200. That tells me how much alcohol is in it, 25.5 gallons. Divided by 0.45 to give me 90 proof. I need a total of 56.71. So I take the 56.71, subtract 47.7. It tells me I need to add 9 gallons of water. I need to add 9 gallons of water to my wash to get me down to 90 proof. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the 9, but I'm probably going to have to add 2 more gallons on top of that. Probably going to have to add 11. That's going to get me real close to the top. But I want to be very, very judicious with what I add because I don't have a whole lot of room for error. So, let's get at it. I'm going to fill up my buckets and I will be right back. All right, remember, small shop. Everything's done by hand. Not a lot of automation here. But this water is rainwater, UV filtered, or UV treated, reverse osmosis filtered. That was 5 gallons, the first 5 gallons. See, we're getting awfully close to the top. I have to be very careful here. Not to overfill. I may have to siphon some out. I believe this is a 55-gallon container. Maybe a little bit more. May need to split this into 2. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it'll fit. Okay. All right. Right to the brim. Stir it in. I'll take my reading. Let it blend in really well. All right, let's see what we got. All right, first up, temperature check. Right at 60 degrees. That's good. That's good. That means we're getting a true reading. And my hydrometer is right at 90 proof. We did it. We did it. Right at 90 proof. First try. I've never done it on the first try before. Had to add about an extra half gallon, give or take. Never done it on the first try. You will be popular. Oh, I'm so excited. So excited. So damn excited. This weather's killing my knees, though. At 60 degrees, 90 proof is 90 proof. Bingo. Right on the money. $57.2 gallons at 90 proof at 60 degrees equals 90 proof. Beauty. Beauty. That means I'm gonna have more yield than I thought. I was banking on getting about 45 gallons. I have about 10 more gallons than I thought. I am super duper overjoyed about this. Super duper overjoyed. Super duper joyful. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. Okay. we run through our first filtration. 1, 2, 3 filter pads right here. Oh, this is fantastic. I'm elated. This could not have worked out better. So fantastic. This could not have worked out better. All right, so these are our filter pads. What we do with our filter pads first is we drop them in here so they can get fully soaked with the medium that we are filtering. Our intake hose goes in. And then we set our filter pads, get our filter pads ready. These are the last run of pads that we did. Come on. They're actually pretty clean because it was the last filtration. As you can see, the last filtration we do, there's just a little bit of gunk left over on the sides, but that's just the charcoal residue on the last run. We end the last run with an exceptionally clean whiskey. That stuff does not get through. Cheers, Dustin. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you joining us. Okay, so we're all set here. We have our bourbon ready to, it's officially bourbon. We have our bourbon ready to go. Ready to be filtered, at least. You don't belong here. You go over there. And our landing barrel. All of these were cleaned out the last time I did them, so they're all clean. They don't smell like anything, unfortunately. Now our output hose goes into the barrel. Input hose goes into that barrel. Set our filter pads where they're supposed to go. Filter pad spacers. Actually, I'm going to rinse these guys off real quick. I don't think they need it. I can use it. Rinse these guys off. A little leftovers from the last run we had in there. Okay. Now we're set. Here we go. Gross. Gross. Next. And we're set. Tighten this up a little bit. Make sure we're all set over here. Power on, power on. Power up. How about you go into the whiskey? There we go. First bits of Boomtown Bourbon. Hitting the filter. There we go. Lug, 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 lug. Oh, so happy, so happy, so happy. Get down here. All right, it's gonna be done like this. Get in there, stay in there. The intake hose keeps coming up above the top. All right, I think we're set. It's staying where it's supposed to stay. Off. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful brown water. And this is also like the best part. Right here. The absolute best part. God damn, that is delightful. Ah! Smooth and clean. That's some good whiskey. Son of a bitch. I'm going to do something real quick. We're going to bend it the other way in hopes that it stays where it's supposed to stay. It shouldn't be causing me this much headache, but it's decided to be dumb. Don't spill. All right. Once it's full, once the line's full of whiskey, it should be up below the water line the whole time. Good. Good. Good, 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 good. All right, I need to make one more quick video. I'm going to do this. All right. That's the poster. I'm going to post that up. Go here to Twitter. Post. Nope. Add music. How do I do that? Nope. Cancel that. What's this? Nope, not that. 4. 3. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to turn that into a slow-mo video. Actually, no, I can record it in slow motion, can't I? There it is. Beautiful. Oh, it's gorgeous. That's the one. Whoops. Four more days until the legendary Boomtown Bourbon release. Whew. Looking good, boys. Looking good. That makes my heart joyful. All right, let's go sit down over here. Put this on my back. Sit down over here. See if I can figure out what projects I want to work on today while this is filtering. It's going to take a few hours. It's going to take a few hours for that to run. Sorry about that. A few hours for that to run through the filter over there. So in the meantime, we can play the Ask Me Anything game. I could post that. In fact, I might. Can I post? Can I post while I'm live? I think I can. Do this one. That one? No, that's a slow-mo. That's 60 seconds. Is that the one that I want to do? Do 45 seconds. 40. Do 45 second. Am I posting a short? I am. I only want to do 15 seconds though. Because that's how long the music is. So I'll do 15 seconds. What should I do with that music? Should I do what do y'all think? Whiskey River? Some kind of whiskey something. Oh, you know what? No. What is that? No, that's not who it is. I gotta find the sound I want to use. Let's see if I can find it on here. That's who it is. Okay, I got it. I got this. All right, let's see how this works. Y'all be able to see this short in a minute. See if this works. That's awesome. I'm happy with this. Awesome. Hey, y'all get to see all the behind the scenes stuff. Aren't you excited? Did the video freeze? No. I am not live anymore. There we go. Now I'm live. Awesome. Hey, y'all get to see all the behind the scenes. All right, so whiskey is filtering right now, right over here, over my shoulder. I am checking my email as we sit. We had new launches. Take the survey 100. Balance to choose to reinvest returns. Exciting, awesome, fantastic. Exciting, awesome, fantastic. MLSA competition. What is going on? MLSA competition. In the competition, MLSA competition, one of the highest rated distilled spirits competitions in the world. The only spirits tasting competition awarding the triple gold medal design marketing competition, including professional and discerning tasting and design competition since 2011. Awesome. All right. So, this is what we're doing right now. Over here, over my shoulder, in there, in that white bucket, in the white barrel, rather, you can see, here in the, well, you can't see, can you? There it is. In the white barrel, we have the whiskey. It was all the way up here, almost all the way to the top. We are filtering the whiskey into this barrel, which I am fairly certain will hold all of that whiskey. Fairly certain. We've got 3 filtrations to go, to do. We have our coarse filtration, our medium filtration, and our fine filtration. Each one steps up the microns, or increases the microns of the filter pad, in order to make sure that we have all the particulate and all of the barrel juice, or barrel residue, barrel char, ash, wood chunks filtered out. So what I've done so far is you can see over here. Actually, let's just switch cameras. Oops. I don't know what that just did. Close you. Bye. Open up this live cam. So those barrels up there, my pointing finger. I don't have a pointing stick. Anyway, you can see the barrels with your eyeballs. I don't have to point at them, do I? Those barrels. Actually, I think my camera is frozen, but that's okay. Let me see. Are we frozen? Yeah, we have. So those barrels there are the barrels that I pulled the whiskey out of. They're 5-gallon barrels. There's 10 of them. I got just under 50 gallons of whiskey out of those barrels. Just under. So we got 40. We lost a little bit to spillage and drippage. Lost a lot of alcohol to evaporation. So most of the volume loss that we got was alcohol evaporation, it appears. Because we went in at about 120 proof. We came out at about 110. 105 to 110. And then I had to knock it down from there to... Actually, I think we might have gone in at 115. But we knocked it down and we came out with right at 90. Which I am super duper excited about. I'm going to try to reset the camera. Alright, so that didn't work. Maybe I do this. That didn't work. Yeah, well, I mean, that's got to be what, it's got to be where it went, because, that's got to be where it went, because we didn't lose. I know the volume that I went in, and I know the volume that I'm coming out, and just doing that math. Just doing that math tells me, oops, wrong source. Doing the math tells me it has to have come from the it has to have come from the... All right, got to delete that. Got to find all instances of my cannon. Pick and pick. There's the other one. There's me. Hi. I mean, it's got to have been that, because it wasn't the water. It wasn't the water that we lost. Close that. Scenes. Let's add it back in. Nope, not the scene. Source. Oops, source. Add. Video capture. Canon. Cam link. Work. There it goes. It worked. I mean, I don't know where else it would have gone, or what else it could have been. Fit to screen. Fit to screen. There we go. Let's bring it down some. There we go. Beautiful. Now my HP cam is frozen. Perfect. Alright, deactivate. Reactivate. There we go. Okay, down. So. Well, I mean, we're losing proof and online. That makes perfect sense. I mean, alcohol is going to evaporate before the water is going to evaporate. We didn't lose water volume. Oop, there it goes. Sorry. We didn't lose the water volume. It has to have been not that. Damn it. Come on. All right. I'm trying to get the cannon back on here. Nope. Cancel. Cancel. Video capture. And it makes more sense to lose alcohol content than it would to, yeah, that's the filter going in the background there. I told you the audio was going to suck because we're going to have that damn filter going in the background, my omnidirectional microphone, until I can get my, come on, transit form, there it is, until I can get my wireless microphones working, charged up and ready to go. That's just how it's going to have to be. I'm not happy about it, but that's just how it's going to have to be. Bourbon rises in hot climates. Yeah, you know, it is what I kind of expected. I thought we would lose more water than alcohol, but I was expecting about a 10% loss in volume, go from 5 gallons or from 50 gallons down to about 10 to 15% loss from 45 to 40 to 45% or 40 to 45 gallons. We didn't lose hardly any. So I'm super duper excited about that. We lost a couple of gallons to leakage and probably about a half gallon to evaporation in general. But it seems like most of that evaporation wasn't water, but the water wouldn't evaporate before the alcohol does. The alcohol would evaporate before the water. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to my math. So I got to answer a quick text. I am scrounging around also looking for a band for Saturday. Amped Up. I don't know who Amped Up is off the top of my head. All right, so anyway. So projects that we're going to work on, I'm all of a sudden getting hungry. Oh, of course, it's 11:30. It's been 4 hours since I had breakfast. And we were going to be shutting this down right around noon to give me a chance to go out and eat some breakfast or eat some lunch. And I still might be doing that. Still might be doing that, but I may be shutting down closer to 1 or 2 o'clock, not noon. 18 times 15, 70 divided by 64.5. And then we'll fire it up with Restream or something like that after I come back. I've still got 2 filtration runs to do to close out this filtration run. 2 filtration runs to close this one out, and then Justin, I'll have you know that I do have 2 bottles of Distiller's private stash. They came right out of the barrel, straight from the barrel into the bottle. So I've got 2 of them that are about 105 proof. They taste pretty okay. I might do a special Christmas release of barrel proof bourbon. I might do a special Christmas release of that. Maybe. If it tastes this good, generally, I'm not a big fan of barrel proof whiskey. 6, 7, 8. Generally, I'm not a big fan of barrel proof whiskeys, but as always, my whiskey has stepped up to the point where I'm pretty satisfied with this version of barrel proof whiskey coming out. Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Cheers, Van. Welcome to the party. 40, 60, 80, 130. So, generally, back home, snowing now. Snowing in Connecticut, that's crazy. Why would it be snowing in Connecticut? Or, it's Connecticut, right? Connecticut? Yeah. Tonight, there we go. I'll see the action behind the scenes. I got to make about 100 phone calls later on today. Ran all night with the hands complete. 0500. Using auto hobby. Oh, cool. 6 to 8 inches in Cleveland. You know, Dustin, you keep saying 90 proof is watered down, and I can tell you that you're full of shit. So, I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to buy 90 proof whiskey, that's fine. You don't have to buy my whiskey. I don't have to tell you. But if I'm going to sell you 110 proof whiskey and all you're going to do is take it home and put water in it, when I've got rainwater that's been UV filtered, reverse osmosis filtered, and reverse osmosis filtered again, and you're just going to go home and take some shitty fucking tap water and put it in the whiskey, and you're going to tell me that your shitty tap water is better than my water? I mean, fine, whatever. Put your shitty tap water in your whiskey. And do that all day long, every time you want to. I don't care. But you'll never, ever, ever convince me that your shitty tap water going into my whiskey is going to make my whiskey taste better. So, you can keep talking your shit about 100 and 110 proof whiskey all you want. I don't care. When you write a check to invest in my distillery, then you can tell me how to make my whiskey. But until then, you know, it makes zero difference. I know how people drink high proof whiskey. They go home and they put water in it. My water tastes better than your water. So it's a ridiculously dumb argument that, you know, high proof whiskey's better. It's not. High proof whiskey just has more alcohol in it. So it's just nonsense. And you can sit there and talk your shit that 90 proof whiskey shouldn't even be called whiskey. I don't care. I don't care. It makes zero difference to me. My water, Vanessa Kitty, that's great. It is collected rainwater in a 10,000 gallon vat. It comes off the roofs and parking lot. It gets filtered twice through grates to make sure that only water gets into the system. Actually, I don't think it's from the groundwater. It's just from the top. And then it gets UV filtered to get rid of organic compounds. And then reverse osmosis filtered to get rid of any heavy compounds that are actually in the water. And it is the cleanest, just about the cleanest water. Just about the cleanest water you can get. It definitely tastes better than Ozarka bottled water that has all the chlorination and uh, all that other industrial nonsense. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Looking real good. Ugh. Who do I know that adds water to their high proof bourbons? I feel like I've been fighting for years about the value of a drop of two of water. Well, you literally just said, I found every time I pour a glass, I want a slightly different amount of water in the glass. So, I guess you. Paper nuts filtering stream. There's similar filtering of our stream to it. Huge amount. Yeah, they got big. I mean, they've got the big giant reverse filters there. Ours is a much smaller filter. Let's see if I can do this without freezing the camera. As we pan across, there's our RO filter is actually a little bit smaller than the RO filter they've got here at the facility. The RO filter they have at the facility is about twice that size, but ours runs about, I think, I don't remember the total, but I think it was 50 gallons a minute last I saw. I can't remember, but it'll. The pump runs slower than the filter itself. The pump goes. The pump goes probably about 10 or 15 gallons a minute, because it takes about 6 hours to fill up that 200-gallon tank. 250, so it goes 50 gallons an hour, give or take, 40 gallons an hour. So, I don't know. You do all the math on that. So there you go. Okay, so first off, don't fucking tell me how to drink my whiskey. Second off, cold does not mask the flavor. God, you're just... I'm so... God, whiskey tubers are some of the most full of shit people on the planet. Go ahead. Tell people how... Tell me, the distiller, how to drink my whiskey. Go ahead. Tell me how to drink my whiskey. I literally make this whiskey, and you're going to tell me how to drink it. God. Whiskey tubers. Bless your sweet little heart, Dustin. Bless your sweet little heart. I mean, you act like I haven't, done the research and worked on formulating my whiskey and trying to make my whiskey as good as I can possibly make it. Anyway. Ugh. For the record, drink your whiskey however you like to drink your whiskey. That is the best way, the correct way to drink your whiskey is with your mouth. If you want to put it in a cocktail, put it in a cocktail. If you want to put it on ice, put it on ice. If you want to pour it through a shoe, pour it through a shoe. That's how you drink. That's the correct way to drink whiskey. And anybody who tells you otherwise is wrong. It's not just their own opinion. They're just wrong. Drink your whiskey the way you like to drink your whiskey. And for what it's worth, American whiskeys are served hotter than Scotch. Room temperature in America is much higher than room temperature in Scotland. Because, they've got different rooms. Like literally every temperature is room temperature. Every room is room temperature. Because that's like the definition of room temperature, is the temperature of a room. So you go to a different room, that's also room temperature. But here in the States, it's like 70, 72 degrees, somewhere in that neighborhood. And my understanding is it's a little bit cooler in Scotland. 64, 68? Somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I really do. I really do. I truly, truly do. But it's frustrating. It gets really frustrating when people say, "Oh, there's the right way, the wrong way." There's no wrong way to drink whiskey, unless you're pouring it in a hole other than your mouth. The mouth hole is the only correct hole. I mean, butt shots are a thing, I guess, but I don't recommend that. See, I also know that if I walk around the distillery just waving my arms around, y'all think I'm saying stuff when I'm not necessarily saying anything. But tonight I'm going to open it up. We're going to have a forum. Dustin, you're welcome to come on the panel and try to tell us how to drink our whiskey. I'll probably start up tonight's show around 4 or 5 o'clock. I'll run this half of the live stream until about 1 or 2 o'clock. This filtration has been running for about an hour. About an hour, I think. Let me see when I started it. 41 minutes ago. 41 minutes ago. Yeah. It looks like it was about 41 minutes ago. 23 minutes ago. Yeah. 30. 45. Looks like it was right about, it's been running about 45 minutes. Looks like it's going to be about an hour. No, but for real, you're welcome to come on the panel tonight. I would love to have you on, because we all have different opinions on how to drink our whiskeys. We do. We all enjoy it different ways. There's some people who absolutely, positively, 100% never, ever, ever drink whiskey with anything in it because they just like the taste of whiskey. And I used to do that too. I'd drink it. I would always try the whiskey first neat, and then add a little bit of water to it, and then because I've always said if you don't like the way it tastes neat, then everything you're doing after that isn't to enhance the flavor, it's to hide the flavor. But if you like the way it tastes neat, anything you do to it at that point is going to be just a further exploring the flavor. Because there might be things that you can do to your whiskey, like port and Coke, for example, that makes your whiskey taste better. But you're not making it taste better. You're just modifying it. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's exactly it. Adding the water, you see how the acids and oils move around, and the way the alcohol binds with the water, and you can see like the binding line when I'm blending it and bringing it down to proof. I can see the binding line in there. Oh yeah, that is that's something. There's all kinds of cool things that you can do to literally change the flavor and improve or damage. I mean, I've watched. I try to stick with the rule. You know, my personal rule is I give you a glass of whiskey, and once I give you the whiskey, it's yours. Do with it what you will. I gave somebody a glass of my last batch of Distiller's Cut, the special batch of whiskey that I salvaged out of the distillery. It was only 90 proof, but I had it was like the bottom of the barrel, so it had extra residual char from the barrel. It was the bottom of the bottling barrel, so there was like extra residual char at the bottom of the barrel, like literally little flecks of wood in the barrel, and that stuff has been continuing to age that bourbon for 7 years now. So it's this thick, dark, rich flavor, almost too much age, to be completely honest. It's really dark, really heavily flavored. And I poured it. I gave it to her. She took a sip. She said, "Wow, that's really good." And then she took that glass and she just dumped it into a tumbler full of Coke, like something like this big, full of Coke. It had ice and Coke, and she just went, "That's really good." And I was like, I audibly gasped. I couldn't help myself. I audibly gasped because it was like, "You just did what?" But again, when the glass leaves my hand, it's yours. Do with it what you want. Do with it what you want to do. Enjoy it. You can pour it you can pour that whiskey that's been aging in that for 7 fucking years and pour it in a goddamn cup of fucking Coke and ice if you want to. Go ahead. Fine. It's yours. Do with it what you want to do. It hurt my heart to see it, but it's like, we've got Jack over there that you could have poured Jack in there and not this one-of-a-kind special bottle. All right. But for real, do with it what you want to do. I don't mind. But yeah, it was funny. There was I went, an audible gasp. My son was there. He looked at me and he started laughing. It was a fun night. It was really a fun night. But yeah, like I've always said, good whiskey is good whiskey. No matter what you do with it, it's still good whiskey. But if you have to put it in stuff, if you have to mix it to make it pound, shit. If You have to mix it to make it palatable. It may not be good whiskey. Oh, no, 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 no. Get out of there. Get out of there. All right, that's better. All right, we are literally down to the bottom. There's plenty of barrel ash residue down here. And I'm getting trouble with the suction at this point. So we may just call it. Yeah, we're having serious trouble at this point. Come on. Yeah. There's a big old air bubble here. We're having problems. But I got almost all of it out of here, so we're doing okay. We're doing fine. Give it a second to pause and catch its breath. Maybe I'll dump it into one of these buckets. Try one more time. Getting there. All right, that fixed it. I think. Well, we're pretty much done. We're not getting hardly any suction now. There we go. Come on. Keep going, baby. I don't need all this. This is fine. 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 There's not really a whole lot left in here anyway. It really isn't. See? Less than a bottle. But I'm going to dump this in the bucket. Right there. I'm going to clean this out. But first, I'm going to put the next filtration pads where they need to go. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to soak these. We're going to soak these. Come on. That's how I want you to be right there. Soak. All right. We rinse this out and I'll be right back. It is a beautiful day. Gorgeous. 2. Come on. Get nice and soaked. Get in there. Now, this is what gets filtered out on the first run from the barrels. Look at that. Look at all that. All that nasty shit that does not go in your whiskey. And the crossfitters are running. That's what makes your whiskey delicious. But it also makes it look gross in a bottle. If it's floating in your bottle. You don't want any of that. Yes. Rush them out. Okay. All right. All right. One other thing to get, so it drips out of the filter and into this catch basin. So I'll take the catch basin and refilter it. All that is whiskey. All right. Part 2. All right. So what happens is the particulate from the first run comes through and it'll get kind of clogged up in here. It'll get kind of clogged up in there, and it reduces the uh, capacity to pull through. But it'll also it kind of gets it increases the pressure inside there. So it was pulling through and getting a pressure at the pads of about 15 or so psi, which is way too much for it to be getting. So all once I get it running, once I get the pump wet, I can just tap the. We're overclocked here significantly. I just tap the motor, and it'll dislodge any of that stuff, and it'll start going through just fine. Now the pressure's back down below 10 where it's supposed to be, and we're doing pretty good job. Pretty good job. Um, 23 years of aging to go into it. See, the worst part about that is the Diet Coke. It's just, ugh. But, it's fine. Whatever they want to do. If they want to, I'm scrolling back up through chat. If they want, if that's how they want to drink it, that's how they drink it. Diet Coke is fine. I don't know if I would do that, but, fine. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Now, Dustin, I can say that I definitely notice a difference between the water that we have here and the municipal water that the reverse osmosis municipal water that I used at my previous facility. It's significantly better at this location because that city water was just absolute fucking garbage. And no amount of reverse osmosis filtration was fixing that. It was just terrible. A Muscle Shell's in the house. Cheers, Muscle Shell. Welcome to the party, my man. I like it or not, do like Diet Coke over real Coke, especially a whiskey. I don't like the feel of sugar. Okay. If they ever drop THC off Schedule 1, we can collab on an infused whiskey. There's a THC infused vodka that's on the market, and they bill themselves as a hangover-free vodka. I don't remember what it's called. THC, what is it? THC vodka, Euphoria Cannabis Vodka, Humboldt's Finest Cannabis, Salvia Infused Vodka, Nirvana Hemp, Jeremiah Weed, Emma Earth Mama Hemp Flavored Vodka, Humboldt Distillery Vodka, Humboldt Distillery, Humboldt Pearson's, Humboldt. I mean, it exists. They talk about it. I've sold with them in stores before, and it's there's one here in Houston. I can't remember what it's called. The guy tapped me, and he wanted to do a collab with it. And he said we could bill it as like healthy vodka. I'm like, I'm not gonna put healthy vodka. I'm not gonna put healthy on a bottle of fucking alcohol. Alcohol's a Class C. What is it? Class C carcinogen. It literally causes liver cancer. It is not a healthy drink. We're selling poison to people. I'm not gonna fucking put healthy on my label. That's insane. I don't want people drinking my alcohol thinking it's a health food. It's not a health food. That's crazy. He's like, do you actually sell your whiskey? I'm like, yeah, I sell my whiskey. I mean, I don't tell him it's poison, but I don't tell him it's a fucking health elixir. That's insanity. And he went and found somebody else to do it. It's fine. Find somebody else. I'm not going to be the one doing it. I'm sure THC could stay active in alcohol. I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's just another protein compound, whatever. It's another chemical floating around in the alcohol. I guess you'd do it the same way you do it with gin, right? You'd put it in a little gin basket on the still column, put it in the little gin basket and let it just filter through and pull the oils and and compounds out of the leaves as it came through. So when it came through, it would be distilled with and full of all of the delightful, delicious, yummy, dank weed properties that you want from your weed, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess if you had just the liquid TH, but I thought you had to like light it to get the compounds out. I guess that's just to inhale it. I guess you can just have the liquid on your tongue and it'll go transdermally through the flesh. So yeah, I guess you're basically consuming the same way you would do the THC oil in brownies, I suppose, right? Nobody ever tells people that that's the wrong way to take your THC. You know, you're supposed to smoke it, man. You're not supposed to put it in... Putting it in brownies is the wrong way to do it. Put it in this Jell-O shot. I mean, yeah, I'm down to test it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Reminds me of a friend who uses steroids when he went to his doctor. He told him about it. He said, well, it's better than being fat. It's not good for you, but it's not as bad as the other thing. I guess not. Vince McMahon is a guy that I am told uses a ridiculous amount of steroids and growth hormones. He's 72, 75, something like that. And he's fucking ripped and chiseled like a goddamn 30-year-old. But I mean, I guess if it keeps you young, I guess. Yeah, see, Vanessa, I would assume that I mean, in the same way that you make in the same way that you make gin, because that's what you do with gin. You take the herbals, you take the botanicals and herbs and all that stuff, and you put it in a basket. I have a gin basket around here somewhere. Hold on, let me go find it. It's over here. So here's my gin basket attached to my column. So this is the part that goes over my still, my small still, this 25-gallon still here, goes over the top of that. This is my coupler that attaches the small hole to the large hole. The coupler expander, this is a 2-inch diameter to a 3-inch diameter. And this is the gin basket. It's a mesh down at the bottom. Take the O-ring off. So it's a mesh down here at the bottom. You see the mesh? So the botanicals go in here. And then the steam, the alcohol vapors. The steam would be water. The alcohol vapors go up through here, through the botanicals, and they collect, I guess, dissolve the oils, into the steam, into the vapors, and the vapors collect up the oils and carry the oils through the column. So it carries it all the way up through the columns up there. Where's it at? Here it is. All the way up through the columns as it gets distilled, and it carries those oils all the way to the top until it congeals back down and goes out. So that's how a gin basket works. And I would assume that if you're infusing THC into your vodka, that's the best way to do it. Vince was a walking test subject to serious heart issues. Oh yeah, I guess so. The Rock. I would not be surprised if the Rock juice. Probably not as much as he used to, but probably still does. So much shovel-ready stuff to drop once it's off the schedule. There's some serious weed connoisseurs that get snobby about it. I bet they do. Okay, I guess so. I guess that makes sense. But I'm a weed originalist, I guess. I just like it in a pipe. Just take it, put it in a pipe. Good. I'm good to go. I don't need all the fancy, all the other shit. I don't need to roll it into a joint. I don't need a bong. I don't need all the other crap. When I was in college, I made a pipe out of a Sprite can. I was just good to go. That's all I needed. Just an old Sprite can, just tap, 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 ready to go. That's it. I was not fancy about this shit at all. It was just, come on, let's go. I was old school. But, now I'm a respectable member of society. So I have a pipe. Respectable member of society. Hookahs and all this shit. I mean, people, they put a lot of time and effort into it. Bravo for them. Let them put their time and effort right into it. I ain't got money for a vape pen or any of that other shit. Just, you got the stuff, cool. That's all I need, just a little bit. Thank you. Pack. We're easy. We're easy here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. Just, do what you need to do what you want to do. Right and wrong, that's subjective. I mean, there's definitely right and wrong, but enjoy it. That's, don't go puffing out of your butt. The same stereotype laws of damage over time. Vaping is just a lesser. Where is it at? The same stereotype. Okay, there we go. Say the same about being fatter too. Yeah, and in large doses, water's poisonous. I mean, everything's poisonous in the right content quantities, I suppose. Will it scroll this way? Yeah, okay. I'd say that about being fat, harmless over time. Venture a guess. Reasonable small dose of testosterone is good for most men on average, just like being 12 to 15% body fat is. That's probably a good wager that doses of small doses because testosterone production wanes over time, right? So if your testosterone production is waning over time, I would think that replacing that over time to keep it up, so as it drops down to this level, replacing it up so it stays at this level would probably be good for you. But you're probably also just borrowing from the future because your knees can't last forever, your back can't last forever, your organs don't last forever, and if you keep operating at a level of, if you're a 30-year-old level, and you're into your 60s and into your 70s, and it's not just, like most men, they kind of taper off and slide into old age. My hunch is that if you keep operating up here at your 30-year-old level, you don't taper off and slide into old age. You hit a wall and you're done. You hit that point and you're finished, and it goes away quickly instead of slowly, is my guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. It's just a theory. It's a hunch. I know I've been slowing down for the past 20 years as I've moved past youth and into middle age. I feel it. I mean, I want to go out and run, and then I'm just like, nah. I want to, but my body doesn't really want to do it. It's just kind of torture at this point. So there's other exercises to do. So The Rock has to be juicing. There's no way his body still produces testosterone. And vapes are bad news. Edibles and smokes is all I do. Funky Uncle John is in the party. Cheers, John. Looks like we're about a third of the way through the second filtration of our legendary Boomtown Bourbon. So there you go. That's it. That's where we're at right now. I've got about another probably 45 minutes left on this barrel. And then, is the camera working? Yeah, the camera's working. About 45 minutes left on this barrel. And then we'll do it again. It'll take about an hour to do the third barrel. And then then I'm going to break for lunch. And then we'll fire up the live stream again this afternoon using the Restream device. And people will be invited to join me after 5. I guess we'll probably fire it up at about 5 o'clock. I'll take a couple hours off. I got some phone calls to make that don't need to be on camera. I've got some phone calls to make. I got to make sure nobody needs to get a ride home from school. A late lunch to have. And then probably need to go home and make sure I don't need to use any bathroom facilities. But boy, I'm telling you, this stuff tastes good. I need to take a quality check. Look at that. Look at that gorgeous amber color. That is a... That is delightful. It really is delightful. Hardly any burn to it. Yeah, it's really good stuff. As you age, you got to maintain activity or you kind of fall apart. It's something I'm about to hit 40. I'm actively pushing myself. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Getting old, what is it? Running doesn't cause injuries, or running doesn't cause health problems. It's stopping running that causes health problems. And I know that when I hurt my knee, had nothing to do with running. It was just a meniscus tear that I like twisted my knee funny and it popped. That took the activity level down completely, and I've tried to keep going, but and get back into it. But I've got a problem with my heel, a problem with my knee, a problem. I need to once this is done, and I'm able to start focusing on some other stuff. I'm going to get back into it. I'm going to pump up the tires of my bike. Start adding. Yeah, I was going to do that. I was going to do that hike, the Lone Star Trail hike in March, but after spending a week in that fireworks stand away from my family, I don't know if I want to do the Lone Star hike and trail. It's been not now. I mean, maybe in a few years I want to do it. It would be fun to do. Spend 7 or 8 days out on the trail. That'd be a good time. I think it'd be a good time. I would really enjoy doing it. But I know all the problems that come with a sedentary lifestyle, including blood pressure, weight gain, calcification of your arteries, hardening of your joints, because you're not you're not flexing and moving your knees and your arms and your hips, and those shock absorbers in your feet aren't working on a regular basis. All that stuff that comes into it, you can stave all that stuff off by continuing the activity level. And, it takes a conscious effort, especially through the pandemic. I mean, there are so many bad habits that got picked up during the pandemic of just sitting around watching movies. When you have all day long, it's not hard to watch 9 hours worth of movies. We had all of the Marvel saga. We had all of the Star Wars saga. We had all of. We have a visitor coming to the distillery. I think I might have a visitor coming to the distillery. Hi, how are you? Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
I tried to put down $40 deposit last night. It would not take my money. So I was like, let's see if you're here today. I'm here today. I was going to take some money. It would not let me put down a $20 deposit.
We're live on YouTube right now. So if you walk past the camera, you can wave. Come over here to the bar.
Yep. Yep. For whatever reason,
All right.
for whatever reason, they would not take my $20.
That's ridiculous. We'll fix this right now. Open up my store. Yeah, Spec finds where I've got it. There it is. Two of them, right? Okay, so 2165 is total. Now, I do need to write your name down so that I have you on the list. That's the last one. I mean, it's similar, but this is right out of the Come here. Oh, wow. Literally right out. How about that, huh? Oh, yeah. How about that? See, it's not just me.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go.
That is good. That's really good.
It'll be ready Friday.
Yep.
It'll be ready Friday. And Saturday, I'll be open 5 to 9 and 12 to 4.
Really good. Unfortunately, you've got to wait a long process.
I got to wait a little bit longer. It's going to be.
After this batch is going to be.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, see, so the distributor has said they'll take everything that I can give them. And I could have literally packaged this up and given it to them and go out the door. But it's the first batch we've done in the new facility. So I definitely wanted to make sure that people could get it.
Well, and at the same time, this is what, 5 years?
This is actually 6 months in 5-gallon barrel.
Okay. Yeah. Because it takes.
Yeah. It takes.
With the smaller barrels, it takes less time.
Right.
Because surface area.
Surface area to volume ratios. Yeah. And you're going to want one of those for hot sauce, right? For
Maybe
barbecue sauce,
something like that. We'll do something.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah, well, especially with bourbon.
But yeah,
Barrel aged barbecue sauce.
But this has been like the whole reason we have this facility is to get whiskey.
So yeah, so what you need is also height.
Well, we wanted the height, but better water, more space, better organized to do the stuff. At the old facility, it wasn't organized. It didn't have good water. It didn't have electrical to be able to run our steam generator, to be able to fire our stuff. We couldn't do any of that stuff. We were doing a much smaller scale. So I had to accommodate it and work with it. And now we're in a position that I can do this stuff, and I'm super duper
I know
excited.
you used to have, or I don't know if you still have the tall, really tall stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's really 5%.
Yeah. I basically take those 2 pounds and put them together.
Yeah, but you couldn't do that. The other one.
No, because I'd run into the ceiling. Yeah, it was 12, 15 foot
Yeah,
ceiling.
it was shorter than the door.
Yeah. But
That was good.
That's what it was. And then you gotta try this too. This is the special distiller's cut.
Straight from the barrel.
Yeah. This is pre got a lot. It's got that alcohol forward flavor, but it's much more aggressive.
Yeah, but it's almost smoother.
Almost. But it's yeah, it's good stuff. And that's how I knew when I tested that barrel a few weeks ago. Oh man, it's so hard to wait those last 2 weeks because you tested like it's ready. Oh my god, it's so ready. But yeah, right. It's like Christmas.
Really
It's like kid waiting
Yep.
for Christmas.
That's really good. That's a hook yourself a weird.
I hope we do. I hope I can call the distributor, and tell him, tough shit. Y'all got to wait till mid-February. But if not, they'll get 5 or 10 cases. That'll be fine. It's looking like we're going to have close to the 20 and 15. But the next batch will come out around the 15th or 20th of February, and that'll be the stuff that goes to Specs and Total Wine.
I know that I picked up
all
a
the other
bottle Special Reserve yesterday from Spec. I see they now have 3 bottles left.
Yeah.
It's a good seller.
Porter and Kingwood have more.
Okay.
But yeah, it's selling. I'm happy about that.
It's awesome.
All right, Brock. I'll see you in a few days, my man.
Oh yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Brock Weber from the Tin Roof Barbecue. He's the head chef, the head barbecue guy over there at Tin Roof Barbecue here in Humble, Texas. They make a bread pudding. Sorry, I got to tie my shoe. They make a bread pudding using our whiskey. They had been using I don't know, some Kentucky shit to make their bread pudding. And they said, no, we're going to use stuff local now. And they came to us and yeah, so they make our whiskey, their bread pudding with the whiskey drizzle, whiskey reduction sauce. So there you go. I'm going to scroll back up to, so as far as running goes, I'm probably not going to run right away. I probably want to get on my bike. Because it's less of I'm fatter now than I've ever been before, so I'm gonna try to not abuse my knees as much as I did in the past. I'm a little concerned now. He said that the link wasn't working the other day. Let me see what's going on with my link. I might have fucked up the link. Let me see. Oop. Nope, that's not it. 7 days remain. The reservation. Okay, there we go. It's working. Add to cart. Add to cart. Added. Go to cart. Okay, we're working. Yeah, it's good. Check out $10. Doesn't look like it's charging taxes. That's problematic. Oh, no worries. That's fine. Okay, it's working. I guess it was just his computer. No problem. No problem at all. But yeah, that was Brock Wagner, chef from Tin Roof. I didn't recognize him. Feel kind of bad. But I don't recognize a lot of people. That's my problem. Played tennis into his 70s and kept him active into the 90s. I doubt my shoulder could do tennis. Dustin, you got to go to work. Well, cheers, Dustin. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. You're welcome to come back later tonight. Get on the forum. We're going to have an open forum, 6 to 9 people, however many we get on it. I'll be doing it via Restream. You're welcome to join me. Any of you are welcome to join me, for that matter. I'll probably fire that up around 6, as a matter of fact. Grilling with Mojo's in the house. Cheers, Mojo. Welcome to the party. Thanks for joining. My dad's father was super active, but sadly Alzheimer's got him. Yeah, that'll knock you down. Oh God, Alzheimer's is such a fucking vicious monster. He was roofing his home up until he passed away 3 months later due to cancer. Yeah, that sucks. Cancer's a bitch too. Alzheimer's sucks so much because it like snatches away all the memories from the people who are suffering from it. But then it snatches away the people who are suffering from it from everybody else. It just sucks. And then you just watch them waste away. Hey, did it just get dark in here? So tonight what we're going to do, time to order. It is time to order another bottle, Mojo. We just sold 2 more bottles. So now we have, well, actually with the number of the amount of whiskey that we have, 50, hang on, let me look at mine. Roughly, we have 57 gallons. 57 gallons. We're going to have just over 220 cases. So we've got, instead of having 30% of our stock spoken for, we've only got 25% of our stock spoken for. So that's good. We have plenty. We're going to have a lot now. I'm super duper excited. We're going to have even more than I thought. So that's cool. Instead of 180 bottles, we're going to have closer to 250. Awesome. Awesome. That's great news. That's great news. Okay, so we're watching this fill up. We're watching this barrel right here fill up. There it is. Watching this fill up. As that gets to the top, it's going to probably get really close to the top because this was full almost to the brim. Then I'll switch over the pads to the number 3 pads, run it through one more time, and then I've got to figure out a project that I'm going to do this evening. The project that I think I'm going to do this evening is make some whiskey stones. I think I'm going to make some whiskey stones. I think that's what I want to do because that was a little project that I was working on around Christmas time. Thought it would be cool to have handcrafted whiskey stones. I wonder what would happen if I took those granite blocks, the granite cubes, and threw them in a rock tumbler. I wonder. Because they're granite. Would it just polish them up, or would it... I mean, it would obviously take the edges off. Anyway. Which one should you order? Which one should you order? Well, this one right here that I'm making right behind me. The camera froze. Let's reactivate that camera. There it is. Camera working? There it is. Hi. So my wide camera is right here next to this, so you can see my hand here. Anyway, yeah, you should definitely order the Boomtown Bourbon, but I can't promise you it'll be ready. It's available exclusively for pickup right now at the distillery. There we go. All right. It's available exclusively at the distillery right now. I won't be able to send any bottles out until after February. So I would love to ship out some bottles. Personally, ship out some bottles. I've got a couple of bottles that are going to a couple of tubers for tasting, sampling, and reviews. but soapstone now soapstone doesn't work. Does soapstone work? No, soapstone is too porous. It's got to be granite. Granite's got to be your the stones, because you put the granite in the freezer, and the granite freezes and retains that cold, and then you can drop them in your glass and cool your whiskey down in a way that doesn't dilute your whiskey. That's the cool thing about whiskey stones. Let me show you what I'm going to do. So I've got a slab of granite here. So what I'm going to do is take my stone cutter and slice this into little cubes. Right across. Slice it into little cubes. About yay big. And but soapstone absorbs liquid. I don't want to use soapstone. Soapstone is what they use. That's what a pizza stone is, right? A pizza stone is a soapstone, isn't it? Isn't a pizza stone soapstone? But yeah, that's what that'll probably be the project this evening or tomorrow evening. All I gotta do is chop that up into little pieces. It's not particularly hard. It just takes time to do it. But I also don't know if... I mean, it's a cool little project. Neat little gifts to give to people, I guess. But, you know, get $100 out of that for whiskey stones. They make whiskey stones and give you a $2 off coupon for a bottle of whiskey. Maybe. Something like that. I'm not sure. I'm keeping an eye on the whiskey level right now. Watching it slowly adjust as it slowly creeps up. Manufactured pizza stones are a ceramic-based material. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool, I guess. I just remember it was kind of a porous material that last pizza stone I had, it broke. It's a piece of shit. It broke. It's actually kind of chilly now with the door open back there. Okay, so the way this place is oriented, that's south. This is north. And of course, the sun is to the south. So this wall of my distillery is kind of hot, relatively speaking. It's all insulated, so the wall's cold. But the door, my big door, turn. There it is. My big door over there. That gets hot. And with the sun pointed, with the sun going to that door, the other door, which is this way, that one stays cool. So in the summertime especially, we get this wind tunnel effect with the hot air on this side blowing to the cool air. No, the cool air blowing to the hot air because it's lighter. It kind of has this convection current. It goes that way, so it sucks in cool air and it goes out where the hot air is. So it kind of has a natural convection. But also in the summertime, it's entirely hot all the time. So even the cool air is hot. The sound changed over there, so I had to go check it out. But even the cool air blowing through here is hot, so it's kind of a hot air convection, like a convection oven blowing through here in the summertime. But in the wintertime, we actually kind of get cold air blowing in. Mojo, you can, shoot me a message. The bottles are $60 a bottle, plus shipping is another $10, and I can ship 2 bottles at a time. So shoot me a message, and we will shoot me an email, and we'll get the order set for the next batch, or if I have any singles left over from this batch, because like I was telling Brock, it's not Brock Wagner, it's Brock Weber. But I was telling Brock that the distributor wants everything I've got, but they don't want half cases. So if I have a half case, I'll have a few bottles that I can turn around. So just shoot me an email, info@Old Humble Distilling. I'll drop that here. info@oldhumblедistilling.com. There we go. Soapstone doesn't absorb liquids. It's a dense stone used as a heat-absorbing layer. The cookware imports no odor or flavor. Huh. There we go. We're there. Almost there. All right, into the wash. Get in there. All right. Get in there. All right, looking good. Looking real good. We just got a little bit left down there. All right. So we'll do when you get home. Cool. Thanks, Mojo. Appreciate that. I thought soapstone was soft and porous. They use soapstone for like coasters and stuff like that. I thought that's what they use soapstone for. Shows what I know. I have 24 hours of recording time left on this SD card that I've got. And I've got 2 more SD cards to do. Okay, so let's talk about the Boomtown Bourbon. Talk about the history behind the Boomtown Bourbon. So our Boomtown Bourbon was one of the first alcohols that we produced from our distillery. It was one of our 3 first labels, principal labels that we started the distillery with: our Boomtown Bourbon, Roughneck Reserve, and Dog Trot Vodka. When I bought my partners out, well, our first release of alcohol was actually the Dog Trot Vodka, and right behind it was the Boomtown Bourbon and Roughneck Reserve that both came out at the same time. The Roughneck Reserve was 90% corn and 10% malted barley, and it was aged 6 to 9. Hold on. Okay. All right. You got to be careful putting your face in a vat of alcohol. You could suffocate. Whew. Those fumes. All right. Give the motor a chance to rest for a minute. I've got to rinse this out. I'll be right back. All right. Into the wash you go. All the way down. Go. Now, I do need to get some bottling done today. Because it's going to take me, let's see here, 250 bottles, 20 an hour. It's going to take me about 20 hours. So almost all day Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm probably going to spend the night here, get up early in the morning tomorrow here, and get cracking first thing in the morning. Crack of dawn type of thing. Hell, not even crack of dawn, crack of last call. I'm going to have to clean up. I'm going to have to clean up some of the space around here, as well as get some stuff done. Hold on, I got to go check something out here in front. Okay, let's get this going. First run through the filter, second run through the filter. See a demonstrable improvement in the quality as we go through. First, second run. Which makes sense considering we're scrubbing out all of the particulate matter every time we run it through. It gets cleaner and cleaner with every pass. And now the final run through with the number 3 filters, the finest of all in all the land. All right. Up. Now this is just bits that have spilled out of the filter. Just whiskey. Nothing else. I'm going to tighten this up one more time. There we go. And we're good. Now this filtration also helps mix the water and the whiskey together, because we had to add water to it. We had to add water to bring it from 110 down to 90. So with the additional water, there's a mix that has to happen, and we stirred it together to start with, but then running it through the filter, running it through here, running it through all this 3 times is going to help to blend all that together. God, it's a really light color. Ah, God, that's good. Goodness. I'm super happy. Super happy. There's always that anxiety. You test the barrels, you try it, you taste it, see how it tastes, how it looks, the flavor, the smell, all that stuff. But you're never quite sure what it's going to be like until you actually open the barrel and bottle it up. I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. Anyway, so the history of the Boomtown Bourbon. So we start off with just the Boomtown Roughneck Reserve and Dog Trot vodka. Dog Trot vodka was almost 100% corn, 99% corn, I think it was. The Roughneck Reserve was 90% corn, 10% malted barley, and the the Boomtown Bourbon was 72% corn, and the balance was 2-to-1 rye and barley. So there's 28%. That 28% was 2 parts rye, 1 part barley. So 18 and 9, give or take. But that heavy weight on the corn and the light weight on the rye gave it a much sweeter, much smoother flavor, much cleaner mouthfeel to it. The Roughneck Reserve, however, being a simpler flavor, a simpler palate, simpler combination of flavors, it really absorbed the flavor of the barrel real heavily. And that heavy absorption of the barrel gave it, it was just too aggressively flavored for my taste. So I had to, I played around with the formulation of the Roughneck Reserve in the second and third, in the second batch of the Roughneck Reserve, played around with it using a lower char on the barrel and a lighter char, a lighter formulation, And I found the lighter char on the barrel gave it a really a much better flavor. So I discontinued the Roughneck Reserve and switched it over to our straight whiskey. 90% corn, 10% malted barley, but in this case it was aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels to give it that lighter flavor, that lighter, sweeter flavor. So it is now, it went from a bourbon to a corn whiskey, but we sell it as our straight whiskey. We don't market it as a corn whiskey. And then that we put back in barrels and made our special reserve. And then we developed our rye formulation and how our rye was done. But all through that, our Boomtown Bourbon never changed. 72% corn, 19 and 9. Never changed. The Boomtown Bourbon never changed. And we made a batch of Boomtown Bourbon. We made 2 batches of Boomtown Bourbon. We made our original batch in our old facility, our new batch in the new facility in Humble, the city facility. Which was basically the second batch that we made at our original facility. We just finished it at the new facility, so it was kind of a hybrid. And then the third batch we made was a small batch. It was only about 5 cases. We made that batch entirely at the new facility. And I didn't really like the water, the way it came out, the way it had a metallic flavor to it. Wasn't really satisfied with batch 3. But now here with batch 4, we've got our rainwater and all the other stuff. This batch 4, I am super duper excited about this batch 4. But all through it, it's never changed. 72% corn, 19% rye, 9% barley. We've aged it in new barrels, 5-gallon barrels. The only difference is with the next batches, we're going to get bigger barrels, so they're going to be a little bit longer aged. And eventually, we're going to bifurcate the Boomtown line. We're going to have Boomtown Craft Bourbon and Boomtown Traditional Bourbon. So we'll have one with a silver label, one with a gold label, and the gold label will be the traditional bourbon, the traditional Texas bourbon, if you will. And that's going to be the one aged in the 5-gallon barrels, 5 to 7 years, the straight bourbon whiskey, the Boomtown straight bourbon whiskey, and then the Boomtown Craft Bourbon whiskey. And the craft bourbon whiskey being aged in small barrels for a shorter amount of time. The straight bourbon whiskey, the big barrels, for the longer amount of time. And that's the eventual timeline on the Boomtown. So in about 5 to 10 years, we'll have the straight bourbon whiskey being aged in the traditional 50-gallon barrels. But in the next 6 months, we're also going to have our Boomtown Special Edition Blackout Bourbon, 72-hour Blackout Bourbon, and then our Opening Day Bourbon, our Gangsta Mac Bourbon with orange label. So our Blackout Bourbon will be the black label. Our Gangsta Mac will be the orange label. Celebrating Opening Day for baseball, we'll have about, 250 to 500 bottles of that. And then we've got, and the Blackout Bourbon will be between 250 and 500 bottles of that. And then we'll have our new label, our new mainline Boomtown Bourbon label. So our new style label is the solid green with the silver logo. Should be white, green lettering. So our new form labels are the solid color with the white and silver logo, silver embellishments. We're going to convert our Boomtown Bourbon label to be the same thing. Blue, solid blue. Instead of it being clear with the blue logo, it's going to be blue with the white and silver logo. And I'm really super excited about that as well. We'll be able to get more labels. We'll be able to do more things with the labels because we'll have smaller purchase minimums, and we'll be able to be a lot more flexible with the ink and colors and all that stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be a fun year. This is going to be a fun year. We're going to have several special labels that we're going to be able to produce. We're going to, I can't wait. Can't wait. With the amount of stuff that we've got going on, the amount of things that we're working on doing, the special labels that we're gonna be pushing out the door. And we're going to talk more about those the Gangsta Mac labels on Wednesday night or Tuesday night. I think Wednesday night when Landon comes in here. We're going to talk to him about that. We're going to have special guests on Wednesday night. No, Tuesday night we're going to have live drop-in guests. Scabs the Clown. We're going to have Scabs. We're going to have Slade. We're going to have Emma Dilemma. We're going to have, I think those are the big three that we're going to have coming in between 6 and 9 p.m. Over the course of the night. And then Wednesday night we have Joey. We're going to have Tanya, our science advisor. We're going to have Tanya. We're going to have Alyssa Kopinski, our headliner, coming in at 6 o'clock. We're going to have Joey coming in at 7. We're going to have Hereford Cigars coming in at 8. We're going to have Tanya coming in at 8:30. We're going to have a whole parade of people coming through Wednesday night. So but in the meantime, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got bottles to fill. I've got bottles to label. I've got roughly 200 or so, 200, 250 bottles that need to get done. So it should be that pallet of bottles right there that we knock out, and maybe a few more out of this pallet over here. But we got all of that plus the labels, plus the corks, plus the seals. We've got a whole lot of stuff to do. So once we're done playing tonight, we've got probably, I think we're going to be doing Jackbox stuff tonight with Seriously Podcast. We do Jackbox games, so y'all are welcome to join us tonight for games. And then we're going to do, and then once we're done with that, I'll probably bottle up some more, label up some more, do all kinds of other stuff. Shut it down around midnight is my guess. Shut it down around midnight. I might just sleep up here, like I said. Might just sleep up here. Because I've got a cot, I've got a blanket, I've got a pillow, I've got everything I need. I may just crash down here for a couple hours, wake up again and start firing it up. It's entirely possible. But I do have my wireless microphones charging up. For some reason, they were not charged. Well, I know what the reason was, because I'm an idiot. I didn't charge them up because I'm a dope. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to check my email real fast. Then what I'm going to do is schedule my next live. Well, I'm going to shut this down in about 30 minutes, right about 2 o'clock, schedule my next live, and then kind of go from there. Is this on? All right, checking emails. Rain staffing. I get so many weird. Oh, I know why Aleutian Capital Group is contacting me and telling me these things, because I am connected to those guys. I had a message from Virginia and a message from Virginia and a message from, well, it's struggling. Okay. So how are we doing on the actual stream? 4.5 times 27 divided by 60. All right, so we got 11 hours for the first half of the show. That's good. All right. So go ahead and ask me anything, guys. Y'all are here. You've got me. If you got questions, feel free to ask. I mean, I'm for my own, my own personal nonsense. I still think about the show we did the other night, the next great superpower episode that we were talking about. By the way, if you had superpowers, like people always ask you, what if you could pick a superpower, what superpower would you have? Almost nobody ever says the power to give other people orgasms on command. That would be a powerful fucking superpower. I mean, check it out. Not only would it end wars immediately, it could probably prevent wars. Because, y'all are all getting lathered up and worked up and angry. It could stop a fight like that. You got a couple of dude bros at a bar, like, puffing up their chest. They're taking off their shirt. They're ready to fight. You're sitting there at the bar. You turn around and go, and they both jizz their pants. Fight's over. Like, they're not going to fight. They might hug and have a cigarette and be done with it. And you expand that out to a nationwide scale. You got two leaders that are like, you need move your troops off the border. No, move your troops off the border. No, move your troops off the border. And they pass a letter across the table with their list of demands, and they pass the letter back unread. Then you can just sit there, you're watching on TV, and you go, and they both go, and they're done. No more war. No more war to fight. Oh, excuse me. I got a knock on my door. Come in. Stickers and stuff. Trying to. We're on YouTube, by the way.
Nice.
We're live. My neighbor is joining us, guys. Let me get a couple of things. Check this out. Straight out of the filters. This is like my favorite part of the job. Cheers. Cheers.
Salute YouTube.
Isn't that good?
Good.
See, it's not just me.
It's good, YouTube.
I'd lie,
Good.
but
That.
he would.
Good. Catch you later, YouTube. Appreciate it, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for bringing that by. If you're ready, we're releasing it Friday and Saturday. It's available for pre-sale if you want to reserve the bottle. Come on in Friday, everyone. We'll see it. All right, so mail call. We got stickers, labels, and tags from Niece's Creations. Let's see what we got. I don't know who these people are. Never heard of them before. Carbon offset shipping, Valparaiso, Florida. A gift for you to enjoy from Sabrina Trice. Groomsman Best Man Proposal Box. Oh! I know what these are. Okay. I know exactly what these are. These are supposed to... Okay, fantastic. So, all right, so I got a message from this dude. He asked me if I could ship him, because he used to live here in Humble. He asked me if I could ship 7 bottles of our Special Reserve. I said, yeah. Tell me where you need them shipped. He's like, well, they're going to be gifts for my groomsmen. And it was originally going to be 2 bottles of Special Reserve, but then he said it was going to be 7 bottles of Special Reserve. And in order to ship the 7 bottles of Special Reserve, God, this has been in the mail for like 7 days. He said, but I want to have tags on the bottles, inviting them to be my best man. So these are the tags that are going to go on the bottles for them to be his groomsmen.
So best man, et cetera, et cetera. So these are the neck tags for those bottles. So part of my chores today is to go get the to make sure I have those bottles, get them, make sure they're packaged up, and print out the shipping labels so that my boy can get his gifts sent to him. And that'll be fantastic. They'll be able to go out next week. He said he wanted to wait. He said he didn't want to wait for the Boomtown Bourbon because they were going to be gifts for his best men. But these are going to go out after the Boomtown Bourbon's ready because all the preparation and everything that had to get done. So I'll make sure he has the bottles. I'll make sure everything gets shipped out. I'll make sure that his groomsmen have their groomsmen's gifts. So that's cool. Do I have 7 boxes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I got plenty of boxes. So this is pretty cool. But yeah, as far as like superpowers go, like that'd be probably the best superpower. You know, you move stuff with your mind. You can fly. You can do all this stuff. Like moving stuff with your mind would be such a. You'd have to be able to turn that off. Like all these superpowers, you have to be able to turn them on and off. You know, like moving stuff with your mind. You have to be able to be like, move it with your brain. And then, you know, hearing other people's thoughts, you know, like people think all the time, and there's billions of people in the world. You hear all those thoughts all at once, and make you go crazy. Flying, you know, being able to fly, you freeze to death or run out of air. You know, you couldn't, like you could only go so far up. If you went high enough to be able to avoid running into things, you'd suffocate and die. Or you'd like burn up because of the friction with the air. Excuse me. You know, the air pressure would just get you. Healing, instant healing, you'd have to have super strength to go with the super healing, because otherwise you just get like crushed by rocks and you'd be screwed. You wouldn't be able to get out of the pile of rocks that you'd get crushed by. I guess you're able to move like little things, but that wouldn't really be a superpower, would it? Like just move the pin across the table, or just like reach out and have the pin come to your hand, like whoop, just like jump off the table right to your hand. It wouldn't really be a superpower. It'd be kind of a above average power, right? But the ability to give somebody an orgasm at will, that's a superpower. That is a debilitating power of full on, just crippling control of somebody else's faculties, right? Because you could just be all like, and they just crumple into a gooey puddle of mess. Do that one, Marvel. Do that one. Make people. All right, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to send a quick email, let him know that I got his tags. So this will be part of my projects this week, to make sure that his stuff goes out properly. I've got to get some packing fillers for the boxes, some packing peanuts. Oh, email just crashed. Let's try this one more time. I may have to do this offline. But that'll be a good discussion for tonight, I suppose. Be able to discuss. Did all of my cameras freeze? No, we're good. Special Reserve. His name is Brad. I get more emails than I send. So, all right, I'm not going to be able to do this tonight. My computer's, or not going to be able to do it till later. My computer is having issues. But okay, this is what we're going to do. The remainder of this hour, I'm waiting for, let's see here. I'm waiting for the FedEx guy to show up, actually. Look. I'm waiting on the FedEx guy to show up. So that I'm waiting on a package. When that package arrives, I'll be able to sign for it and move along with my day. But I need to eat lunch. I need to do a lot of things. But lunch is primary on my list of concerns right now. And once I'm done with lunch, I come back, we'll fire up the live box. I think that's the FedEx guy that just pulled up to my front door. I think. I heard noises outside. But I do appreciate y'all joining me for chat. Thank you, folks in chat. This is a lot of what we do here at the distillery. I'm waiting on whiskey to filter, checking emails. K-I-E-R-N-A-N. Checking emails, making phone calls, answering the door. We get a little bit of drop-in traffic, but not a lot. But leading up to this release, usually leading up to events, we get a lot more drop-in traffic than normal, as you could imagine. And when people see my doors open, your order's on its way. Here it is. This is the one. Check my tracking number. Find out where these people's is. There's a whole lot of unable to confirm the safety of this. There's some kind of cyber attack going on that's like screwing with the networks. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the deal is, but I've been getting a whole lot of your network isn't secure messages. And that's bothersome to me. I don't like it. Between 1 and 1:10, before 4:30, it is 1:30. I don't want to go eat lunch because I need to get this package today. But I don't want to order DoorDash. Either. I don't want to spend $20 for a hamburger. All right. But I do truly appreciate you folks joining me. All right, let me go check on the whiskey. See what we got. How we doing? There we are. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. All right. So the next step that I'm going to have to do is clear off a landing spot for the bottles. I'm going to need to clear off my work tables. I should be able to fit all of the bottles that I need to fit on my work table here. But this table, this one above me, that one's got to get cleared off because I've got a bunch of junk on that table that needs to go away. so I can line up my bottles and get them ready for bottling. And then I've got my other work table for labeling that everything is going to kind of transition to. So I've got a little bit of rearranging that needs to get done, and I'm going to get started on that right now while the conversation is a little bit quiet. And I have a couple of hours to work with. So, y'all might. Boy, got all right, just about ready. Put away my science kit. That should be the end. No, not quite the end. A little bit more to go. Nope. So many pocket knives at the distillery. Yeah, these two. I've got mine. I've got another one. So many pocket knives. They all come in handy. I use them all. All have a different purpose. All have a different function. Now, when Emma Dilemma comes here, Miss Emma, she will be leaving. She's been on my podcast before. She performed for us the bottle walking routine. She's very talented, very lovely, very talented, very amazing artist. Very wonderful person. Sharp as a thistle. Smart as whistle. I don't know how to phrase it. Sharp as a thistle. She's a wonderful person. Thoroughly enjoy her company. Truly, truly do. One of the good people on earth. One of the good people on earth. Indeed. So much sawdust. I do need to run a planer over this. Smooth it out. We're ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right.
I get volunteers in here every once in a while, but for the most part, I'm a one-man show. Thank you very much. I'll see you Friday. All right. We're done. That, as they say, that. That's it. That's it, kids. We got it. We're done. Filtration is finished. And the fucking camera froze. There we go. We're done. Filtration is finished. Who's that? Mr. Jiggs. Cheers, Mr. Jiggs. You got here right at the end of the filtration process. We have finished filtering our Boomtown Bourbon, the legendary Boomtown Bourbon. I am stacking up the first 10 cases of bottles to fill, and that is going to be my task for the second half of our live stream. I've been going since 10 in the morning, so we're good at 4 hours right about now. Is that where we're at? 4 hours? Yeah, we started at 10 a.m., so we've been going for right about 4 hours. I'm going to close it down, and then I'm going to restart in a couple of hours because I've got to go eat lunch and make about 6,000 phone calls. We finished staging up these bottles. So in the second half of today's live stream, I'll have my wireless microphones plugged in, so I won't sound like an idiot. I mean, I'll still be an idiot, but I won't sound like an idiot, because the sound will be better. I'll only sound like an idiot if you listen to what I say. You know what I mean? So that'll work out good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 times 8 is 120. 120 bottles is my first setup this afternoon. I fill, cork, seal the first 120. And then they'll land on this table over here, and then I'll do it again. The next batch shouldn't be the full 120. The next batch should be closer to, I don't know, 8 or 9 cases. The first batch is 10 cases. The second batch will probably be closer to 8 or 9, which means I should be able to run through both of them. Should be able to run through both of them, get them all filled and done in time for tonight so that we can play. Do a little playtime. Hopefully I'll be done around, I don't know, 8. Then we can do some Jackbox with Ike and the rest of the gang. But I'll drop the link for stream and everybody can come join me. We'll talk. We'll run through the rest of the night and we'll get a good, solid, it was going to be 18 hours. We may be closer to 12 today. But I'll figure out a way to make up those other 6 hours later on this week. 9, 4, 13 or 14 hours. Yeah. So I'm going to take this break. We're going to take a break. We're stacked up. We're ready to go. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back in an hour. Be awesome to each other. And I'll see you back in about an hour or so. Cheers. Peace out. Is that there we go. This has been an award-winning production.